What's up? Hi. Welcome back to the stream. Me and everyone else. We had to take last week off. So went to a concert. It was good. It was fun. And this week we are coming at you a little late because I had a busy day. It's been busy. Things around here, things not around here, the usual or the non-usual. I don't even know what anything is anymore. I'm fucking going insane. Been sleeping like crap and then just mainlining a lot of caffeine to try to, you know, circumnavigate that problem instead of just dealing with it by going to sleep like a human. So yeah. Might do some music here. We've got some cool stuff though. I grew corn. See, look how pretty my ear of corn is. No, it's we shucked the corn and we put it in a caustic solution to nixtamalize the corn. We did this yesterday. So this is nixtamalized. Smells pretty good. So we need to wash all the caustic off of it because I don't want to eat caustic food. That sounds bad. But we got to wash the caustic off of it, and then we can use this to make um, masa for tortillas, or this is just hominy. So you can use it to, for your pozole. So we're gonna do pozole with homegrown tortillas. Pretty cool, huh? Some of them came out. It was weird because these are both the same variety, but like some came out with like purple husks and cobs, and some came out with like white husks and cobs. They look really pretty, so it's fun. And I've been stringing up more peppers like crazy. So we've got more peppers, different varieties. Just ate a bunch of food really quickly, and I'm still really hungry. Fuck. There's a lot of food too. Check this shit out. Woo! We've got soda. Let's start on one of these sodas. I'm gonna do a soda. And let's just add a little bit of rum to it. I really like these grape juice sodas. And when you add, oh, that's what?
You gonna try one?
Sure. Okay. Producer really likes these gummies. They're called peelers. You get them in the Asian food store. And look, if you rip the thing open, there's another thing inside of it. It's supposed to like peel off. And now it's like 2 candies for the price of 1, and all your fingers are sticky as hell. Isn't this great? Look at that. It's like a gusher, but instead it's another candy. And they taste pretty alright too. As I was saying, the grape soda tastes like Martinelli's. You know that Martinelli's? They got the grape flavored. I'm just gonna... Long day. Just need my apple juice. awesome. Real killer. Nice and spritzy. Still got a little bit of residual sugar. You know. Pretty good, though. All right. I'm spacing so hard, I just need to figure out where to start. Here. Un segundo. Por favor. All right. All right, just checking in with how to make pozole rojo. Apologies. Okay. We're going to use the big fuck off pot. God, that tastes really good. That's so good. All right. Big fuck off pot. Oh, what was this? This is like part of a paper towel or something. Did a little bit of seasoning on my cast irons today. All right. Check this shit out. What do you think I'm going to pull out of here? So we can't do pork because we are making this for someone who is Muslim. So it needs to be halal. So we've got beef shanks. Shanks for the memories. So there's a couple ways to do this. The skim the scum thing when you boil meat. You can the ramen way is you boil it for 20 minutes and then you rinse it off and then you just start over. There's the French way where you roast it in the oven and then you just boil it. And then there's the regular skim the scum way where you boil it and then you skim off. I'm going to saute these guys off and then we're going to do it in there. And if there's any extra, we'll skim. Sounds like a good idea to me. Does this open this way? No, probably not. Okay. And we're gonna get a little deal of oil in the bottom of this guy. heat. Open, getting this hot, and then we'll sear them off. We'll add them over here, and then kind of in between wanting to sear off some aromatics or not at all. I don't know. And then we got to figure out how to make fucking tortillas from mush. Speaking of which, I should probably take this and stir it up. This needs to rinse and drain quite a bit, so let's rearrange the shit that's just hanging out in the fun. They look like jelly beans. Like, look. They look like a bunch of jelly beans. Really cool. Alright, we'll just let this kind of hang out in here and dry. It doesn't feel like you can tell when something's caustic because it's like slippery. You know, like bleach is a caustic. Bleach is basic, right? And when something has bleach on it, it's got this like slimy, slippery kind of film. You know what I mean? That's basic, right?
Is it like bleach? Because bleach is like base.
Bleach is basic. That's what I just said. That's a beautiful sound. And this will help denature or cook off whatever that like scum is, right? If we were to just boil it, you get a lot of that shit coming up. Yeah. So. Thanks, French. I think. I don't know. Who cares? Yeah, these ginger bug sodas with a little bit of rum are so fucking dangerous. This tastes like juice, man. So I wonder what we could make. Something autumnal. I've got a little bit of extra apple juice that I pressed or I blended and strained for a project. I don't know. We will have to think about it. It's doing that thing where it sticks, right? So it doesn't want to move, right? But if I let it sit, it'll release itself. That weird phenomena where it's loose and then it's stuck and then it's loose again. You got to be just patient with it. If it's stuck like this, it just wants a little more time, right? Been going to the gym, and it's tiring. That guy Jim can really fuck up your day. We got some of these. I kind of wonder if we should. I don't know. I don't know what we should add. I kind of want to just add the poblanos to the queso fundido, but I feel like we should add some more stuff to this. Because it basically we just sear this off. We add water, and then you add aromatics like an onion and garlic. And then when you strain off the stuff, you just save the aromatics you can eat. So all the non-leaf stuff, and then you can blend that up with your peppers that you're gonna rehydrate, and then pick apart the meat, add some hominy, and you're good to go. But I don't know. It's showing. I was thinking about adding more things to today's thing, but it'd just be too much. This is a pretty simple recipe, but or dish. It just takes a while, and we're just gonna chill and hang out. Oh yeah, if you were to do like osso buco, you could like cut the ribbing around the edges, and it'll keep it from cupping. We don't really care about it because we're not gonna serve it like as is. Like we're gonna like totally just turn it to mush, right? So you don't necessarily really care if it cups or doesn't cup, you know. And I think most of that scum is like associated with the bone, right? There's like the myoglobin, I think. So does a lot of that. Let's just keep on going. I was doing Negronis, but with rum instead of gin. And I was splitting the Amaro 50-50 between different kinds of Amaros. Really fucking good. It's just easy. And interesting. Yeah, we've only got dry vermouth, though. Or I guess Cocchi Americano Bianco. So this is Italian. So it's probably sweeter than like a French dry vermouth, but yeah, it's got a nice char. It should take care of a lot of the myoglobin we were talking about. Move on to our next batch. And I'm thinking we just add the water now. Because the closer we start to the boiling process, the closer we finish the boiling process, right? And that's going to be our real like limiting factor. So that one's got a big bone in it. All right. Bones make good soup. So we like the bone. I almost want to just like sit down. Just, I'm tired. We could string more peppers. That's something. I could string some more of these peppers. There's definitely a jalapeno string in here. I'm not sure how these would work. These little, so these are the Bolivian rainbow. It's like a Thai chili variant. I would say that, but I think these are actually probably more closer to original peppers than the Thai chilies are. They look like Thai chilies, for sure. And they kind of stick up, but they're more, it looks more like a berry. I mean, that's what all of like the wild capsicums look like. They're all like little berry looking things. So, and you know, Bolivian Andes, that's pretty close to where peppers come from, so maybe not a variant. Maybe the Thai chili is the variant. Who knows? See that marrow's wanting to come away already. Gooey bones. People think that's the tastiest thing in the world. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, there you go. The tasty alarm's going off. Too tasty in here. Someone's a little too tasty in here. Wee woo, wee woo. This is nice to look at. Oh, this one wants a little more time. That's fine. He's free. See, it's this big flat guy. Got a good sear on it. All right. Fuck it. sears good for the soul. Toss it all back in. And then we'll add our water. All right, we don't need to add any bouillon because we got our bones. That's nature's bouillon. We'll just get them like nice and covered. You can always boil more water off. This is one of those where it's going to boil for a while. Yeah, that looks good. We're up to the 6-quart line. So that's 1.5 gallons. Maybe we'll give it another half. Or like another quart. To, yeah, not quite 7 quarts. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna add some aromatics. So I'm gonna peel up some garlic. Oh, and instead of using salt, we're gonna use a long-standing experiment. I had a stream a while ago where I made a miso. But wait, maybe I made the koji on the stream. I can't remember. No, I made the miso on the stream. And so this was a bunch of peppers. I had a bunch of dried peppers in my pantry that I wanted to use up. And I got some bell peppers and broiled them and then rehydrated all the dried peppers and then mixed the koji with it and made this basically like an enchilada sauce miso. So we're going to give a couple scoops of this, and that should give some really awesome flavor. It's like cheating, except for the fact that that took 6 months to make. I've got more of it, but, you know. It'd be like cheating if it wasn't so hard. All right, yeah, let's peel some garlic. And then, like, I'm going to take some of these little onions. Let's do, like, 2 onions. They're not the biggest onions. Yeah, we can do 2 onions pretty easy. Two onions. I might actually add a little bit of like ginger. Keep things lively. And ginger isn't as foreign to the Latin experience. Gingebre, as you would think. wax of onion. Just get them going in there. Yeah, we might as well add some of the easy stuff right now. So the leaves. Leaves of grass. We will fight them in the trenches. We will fight them in the streets. In the roads and in the yards. Every which wither man. Yeah, that's what is it? Who's Leaves of Grass? This is Civil War. Walt Whitman. He's very long-winded. And there's a lot of lists where it's like, I know not the fisherwoman, or from which she swept her coat, or the fisherman from which he dare keep his moat. The fisher people are so fair and fine, and whence we might not be in another way, or like it's just like really weird, long-winded stuff that goes like nowhere. Just talking about how like awesome America is. It's funny. Maybe I didn't want to put that leaf in there. Whatever. We want it in there now. I got bay leaves. I got Santo leaves. I got aguacate leaves. Let's just add a little bit of all the leaves. I feel like the bay leaves add this like kind of herby stuff, and the rest of these just kind of smell like tea. They smell more like bitterance. But it's fine. It's called complexity, brother. Hermano. Alright, we'll put the leaves of grass away for now. Walt Whitman, eat your heart out. There's a rumor that Walt Whitman fucked Oscar Wilde. That they were both gay. And I guess Walt Whitman was a medic in the Civil War. He tended men's wounds. Pretty gay. I don't know. I didn't make the rules. So... Oh. Computer. Being dumb. Update good old games later. Please. Go away, good old... Oh. Go away, good old game. That one. Okay, blended in. It was black on black.
I've done that before.
The rest of the garlic? It sure is. Alright. That's fine. We'll save a couple cloves for our queso fundido. Yo, howdy. Do you like pozole? Maybe not. I don't know. Probably like it if you clicked on the video. Oh. Please repeat. I had my volume down. Oh. Do you like pozole? Do you like growing tortillas from scratch? That's what we did. Well, are doing. You have no idea what it is. It's a Mexican soup. That's what we're making today. Pozole rojo. So I've got some beef shanks boiling up in there that I just seared off. And then that's going to cook down for a while. And then we're going to strain out and pull all the meat off the bones. And then we're going to add, we're going to rehydrate some peppers, some dehydrated peppers. And then blend that into it. And then there's hominy, or nixtamalized corn. So I grew dent corn, which is like the corn on the cob that you eat. That's sweet corn. And I grew dent corn. Here, let me. Oh wait, no. Okay, I had it in a bowl over here. Yeah. So I grew corn. Oh, look at that. It's a fucking robot. Great. But yeah, I grew this corn. And it's like really hard. Dent corn, right? And so how you process it is you need to put it in something caustic, like lye or cooking lime, or you could also use like baking soda potentially. But yeah, you basically cook it in this like basic solution, and then it expands out. That's why they're so like wide looking, because it's been. And so this is now like hominy, I think. And so I can grind this in a mill and make tortillas out of it. But pozole also has this in it. So what we're going to use, probably about half of this is going to go into the soup. And then it'll cook for about an hour. And it'll be pozole. I don't know. It's fun. It's cool. Just trying to figure out how to do some of these things from scratch. So that way when everything blows up, I can make pozole. No, I don't know. It's just fun to know how to do stuff. Have you had any Mexican soups? Chicken tortilla? Well, pretty... universal. I don't know. Anything that has whole peppers or onion, I can't have. I don't like the texture of peppers, and don't get me wrong, like onion, it's just onion. Do not like meat. Okay. Well, I mean, you blend up the peppers, so it becomes like part of the sauce. Like literally by the time this is done, it'll be shredded meat and sauce slash broth, and then this corn. And that's what pozole is. So, you might like it. Blended. I'm also going to add a little bit of ginger. Just keeps things light and bright. I put a knob of ginger in my birria when I make that, which honestly is like somewhat, pretty similar to this, but it's fine. I also added pepper miso that I made. An experimental miso. Oh. So, wee. Thank you for the follow. If you want to learn about food stuff, you come to the right place. We always make new food things. And it's hard to see because it's dark outside, but there is a big ass garden. Does this require any kind of roux? No, it doesn't have a roux. So pozole is actually a Mesoamerican dish. This dish predates uh, the discovery of the New World, right? This is a dish from like the Aztecs that has then been like adapted and changed, right? So I don't think French cooking comes into it a whole lot. But, do you like making roux? Is that more your deal? I'm also going to add like half a cinnamon stick. I think that'll be good. Just to like keep things on the up and up. There we go. This pot is so big, it's really hard to get anything to come to a boil. Let me cover it. Should help. I have some food knowledge, mainly just how to make flan. Well, there you go. Flan is very Latin. I like flan. Do you have anything you want to try? Or anything you're like curious about wanting to make? Hey, let me go get got this fucking thing. This guy. Yeah. Oh. There is a whole nother bulb of garlic. I'm dumb. I should peel all this and throw that all in there. I always wondered how phyllo is made. Well, I hate to break it to you, but phyllo is basically almost impossible to make. Homemade. So I have phyllo in my freezer right now. But I'm pretty sure it's like almost, it's like an artisanally hard thing to make. Like it's harder to make than like a croissant. I watched a little documentary about like the only people in all of Italy who still make their own phyllo, or it was Greece, and they're like dirt poor, and they just do it because they've always done it, and they don't make any money, and it's really hard, and it always fucks up, and they have to like try over and over and over to make this fucking dough. So yeah, phyllo would be a Herculean feat of dough mastery. I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's just my little tidbit of knowing about it. You should look it up. There's a little documentary about it somewhere out there on YouTube. Not right now, of course. Don't leave me. But yeah, phyllo is pretty cool. We made baklava a couple weeks ago, or a month ago. That was probably a little over a month ago. Okay, sorry. Time is flying at the speed of light. But yeah, the baklava was really nice. I really like how the packages totally understand that you want to make baklava as well. So one package is perfect for like the 4x4 or the tray. Like the sheet fits the tray perfectly, and then there's just enough sheets to make it. The actual spelling isn't Hercules, it's Heracles. Yeah, Hercules. Um, yeah, it is Heracles, isn't it? Well, then it would be a Heraclean feat instead of a Herculean feat. I want to make something autumnal. I've got apple juice, and I've got cinnamon syrup. The only base spirit I really have right now is rum. And I have some shiso infused whiskey. I meant to go to the liquor store today, but it was just not happening. Too busy. I have... Well, we could double down on the apple. I've got apple liqueur, homemade apple liqueur. That's a good one. And we've got apple cinnamon. Probably shouldn't use our ratafia. Moschino. Luxardo. Also, I like giving random facts sometimes. You know what? I like that too. Random facts are helpful. The world is random, so why not you? Okay. Sorry, we do cocktails on here, so I always try to do a cocktail every week. We do stream because basically, my all the food we make is because on Fridays we do Dungeons and Dragons and we host almost all the time, and so I make basically a dinner party's worth of food, and so having a cocktail that goes with the food is always like a big plus. So yeah, so we make cocktails. Try to figure out how to get that good. So. Random fact, no number before 1,000 contains the letter A. Wow. I didn't know that. Crazy. Oh, I should use the jiggers I pulled out. Okay. There you go. 1.5 on our rum. And let's see. What is the ABV of Luxardo? 32. Okay. Good to know. Let's give this like half an ounce of Luxardo. I really like this Luxardo for bringing together fruit flavors and like chocolate flavors. I think it's really good at marrying something on the chocolate end of the desserty spectrum with something on the fruity end of the desserty spectrum. Okay, and then we're going to go in with another half ounce or so of our homemade apple liqueur. And another half ounce of this Averna. This is an Amaro made from bitter orange and lemons from Sicily. It's a fun one. I like it quite a bit. Okay. So now we have something that is probably fairly sweet already. So we probably shouldn't add a ton of our cinnamon. And this is like pretty heavily dosed with cinnamon. So I'm gonna... We'll just keep it with half ounces. How about that? Let the half ounces ride. And then I'm gonna say 2 ounces of our apple juice. This is Fiji apples from earlier today, this morning, in fact. All right. And it looks like we're at a boil. I'll turn this down just a tad. Gonna add some salt, and I think I should add some acid. Acid would be appreciated. Let's see. We have a lemon that I was butchering yesterday. Let's try to keep this all in the family, so that way we don't have like cutting onions and then cutting lemons that we intend to use. So we'll keep it on our cocktail cutting board. All right. And then we will it does smell really good already. I'm going to grab a just for some quality assurance. Make sure that there's nothing sticking on the bottom. Give everything a good turn. Squeaky clean. I can hear it. All right. Great. Juice this up. I'm probably going to add about an ounce of lemon juice. Lime juice wouldn't be bad because malic acid is actually part of the lime juice thing. So, and malic is the green apple flavor, right? So, strainer here. We want about an ounce, maybe a little more. Hey, looks like we got just an ounce. All right. Let's see how this comes out. There was a smattering of things. And if those flavors get lost, we'll try to omit them and refine it down to something. I don't know. This is a pretty exploratory cocktail right now. Smells interesting. This is probably pretty autumnal. I'm getting more Luxardo than anything. Well, I get the apple and the lemon, but yeah, on the Luxardo side, I just get a bitterer. I didn't want it to just taste like Luxardo. Odd that that is the dominating thing. Normally it's like kind of a tries to get everything to mesh together. It doesn't really get in front of stuff so much, but I don't know. That is a liqueur made from the pits of cherries, I believe. Luxardo Maraschino liqueur. Maraschino. It's good. Yeah, maraschino. Schino. Since 1821. Delicious on fruit salads, strawberries, raspberries, kiwi, and pineapple. Man, it's a pretty violent boil. Surprised it's actually like boiling pretty well. I never understood how the overhead camera works. Like, what do you mean? It's a camera. It's right up there. Like how it's a camera or what? Well, all right. Let's try and figure out how making tortillas works. All right, we literally just grind it up. Let's fucking try. I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna work out. I want to make sure I don't harm this countertop. So we'll put this on, and then I guess we'll just ratchet this shit into place. And all right. Well, shit. I guess let's try to make some masa. Another random fact. Red rhymes with lead. Read rhymes with lead. But red doesn't rhyme with lead, and read doesn't rhyme with lead. Okay, yeah. Thanks. Sorry. I'm too tired to pronounce them correctly to make the words fit the thing. Okay, let's fucking good. Is it going? Holy shit. I'm grinding up a storm. the fuck? Why does this one like come off? Like tightening it makes it want to like come on. The fuck. This is very annoying. Okay. Smells really good. So the whole thing that you're supposed to do with your masa is like, so you're supposed to, okay, this needs to grind like a couple more times, I think. Almost certainly. So we're just gonna take this and feed it back through. See if we can get it. A little grindeder. Sorry I'm off camera. I wish this would make more sense, but it doesn't really work that way. So do we like tighten these? Make it finer? Just go in, dude. Go into the thing. Become tortilla. I feel like I need to like press this or something. Get in there. Fucking go, dude. Go, puppy. Haha. It's like auger doesn't want to like accept. The corn. Hey, there we go. This is looking a lot better. This is like skin on it though. But this is looking a lot better as like masa. So normally what you want to do for your masa is you want to like roll it into a ball. Because that's what you would do for a tortilla, right? And then you would press to see if it's hydrated enough. Because you would get cracks around the edges, but we're not getting cracks. So it looks like it's like good. Cool. Well, hell yeah. So this is like good masa. Huh. I make it a tortilla. So, like getting it through the second time is like fucking a pain. Maybe I need like a fucking stick or something. I need like a jammer poker or you know what I mean? What the fucking get it. I think I got like probably about 90% of this stuff through. Maybe we'll open these gates just a little bit. So it's got a little more play. Oh, shit, that's where it all went. Fucking up here. What the fuck is this cover even for? Just getting in my way. Restricting my forward motion. I was like, where the hell did all of it go? Oh, literally right here. I'm also gonna grab like a chopstick or something. I don't know what this is, but like when I put it on the thing and I tighten it, it wants to like shift this way. I don't know. Producer's right here.
Maybe because it's so like
She's a
heavy.
fucking civil engineer, so she can divvy out all the statics and inertias and shit. She's not a civil engineer. That'd be cool though. Clear out the works. Maybe you want it like somewhere in between, where it's like not the tightest it could be, but like just slightly outside of that. Just slightly not as closed as possible. Smells like corn. No. So all this for one big tortilla. No, you can make like 2 tortillas out of this. Huh. Okay. Well, we're living. We're learning. We're figuring it out. This is like pretty like workable though. This is like how masa should feel. So at least it feels the way it should feel, which is good. That's good. Because that means it's probably going to behave the way it should behave. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking let's try and get a critical mass of this stuff. And then we'll fry off a couple tortillas, or toast off a couple tortillas. And see what it do. All right. Oh, you know what we should do? We should toast some peppers and like hydrate them. God damn. I'm dumb. Being dumb. Let's do that. Sorry. Did I miss the photo op? Did I mess it up? We want guajillos. Let's just use both the small ones. Let's use both the big ones, actually. So I like to use these. We're going to go in with our guajillos. Like 6 of them, I think. Sure, that's good. And then normally what I do with the top one is I just do all the de-seeding. And then the bottom one ends up getting all the peppers. And we'll toast them all off before we pass them down the chute. So guajillos add kind of more of a fruity flavor supposedly. And they also are used for their color. They help make things really red. They aren't super spicy. It's also important to take your dried chilies and like inspect them to make sure they're like not bad. You can think of a dried thing as a thing that's like a surefire deal, and in some ways it can be the case, but like you want to like inspect these guys, make sure they're not like there's no like mold on them or anything, or like I don't know. Especially if you buy them from like a regular ass store, you know, might not be guaranteed. These are just kind of going. And then pasilla. Well, ancho are for Anaheim, and pasilla are for poblanos. Let's do 4 pasilla. And then, yeah, so they have different names when they're dried. Like pork and pig, they have like pasilla and poblano, right? And then these bouillon ones, I don't think you've even opened these up. These ones are called for in the Pak Pak cookbook because they're like a medium spice one and they're a good approximation. I had like, yeah, like another 4. All right. And this might be a good tong task. Right, we don't want to burn them. Smoke is a good indicator that we're, toasting things. And, this isn't a black mole or anything. We're not trying to, like, get things on the verge and then, like, really thread the needle. Once you start seeing some color on them and things change, you're welcome to move on. So, just trying to wake them up, right? And I like this because they nest inside each other, so you don't necessarily need so much water or whatever. Keeps them submerged when we start adding the water. Oh, camera. Here we go. Thank you, producer. Sorry, the camera does that from time to time. See, and these are good. See how these fold and come back? They should have like more of a fruit leather kind of quality to them. That shows that these are like good quality. They were like dried in a sensible way. And they're not like all fucked up. You don't have to get all the seeds off necessarily, but try your best. See this one? You can hear it crackle. And it broke right there when I folded it. A little not as good as that last one. Okay, so that's probably enough chilies. These all can go back. Little area. I've got this guy. Just put it on the back burner. Get it going. Yeah, we're toasting these guys up pretty fast. They're really small. So they go pretty quickly. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to wait for our water to boil, and then we're going to add water to rehydrate these. And then we'll go back with our corn, and then, yeah. It's been a couple hours, almost a couple hours. I got to go to the bathroom. I think I might take a 10 or so minute. It's going to be kind of a chiller stream. Normally I'll try to do like 3 things. I try to do a lot of stuff. I think we're just going to keep this pretty low key today. So I'll be back soon, but I have to go to the bathroom. Let's go! I'm back. What's up? Sorry for all the screaming. It's fire. It's brimstone. Um, yeah, so we've got our peppers with some boiling water. We've got our meat in boiling water. We boiled this corn earlier. So, yeah, we're just gonna keep keeping on. I'm sorry, I'm really low energy. I'm just, man, I'm tired. Let's do another handful or two. Ow. That's my thumb. Yow. Alright, seems that most of it's going in. I really hate how this is like, doesn't want to stick. And I feel like part of it is the towel, but also if I don't use the towel, I feel like I'm gonna crack the stone countertop. I do. I do. This doesn't have enough play in it though. This has probably about this much more play in it. So we're just stuck doing this. What are you gonna do? Here. You know what? I think I'm gonna put this thing back on for a little bit. And then we'll take it off and we'll put it back on. We'll take it off and we'll put it back on. First grind. Let's make sure we get everything out of it. Alright. And now we go back in for the second grind. Just gonna try to keep it loose so that way hopefully it like just feeds itself. It doesn't need to be like poked with a stick. Damn. Looks like it needs the stick. Fuck. Not the stick. The fucking stick. doing this thing where it fucking hides up here, doesn't it? Well, some of it does. Not even that much, though. Yo, what's up? I'm making tortillas. I grew this corn and now I'm turning it into tortillas. It's way fucking more difficult than growing the corn. Because at least when you grow the corn, you just plant it and the corn grows itself. You know what I mean? You don't need to like pull on the corn to make it grow. So it's whatevs. We're just trying to figure this shit out. I just want to be abuela someday. I don't know. Handmade tortillas and getting some fire pozole working. Yes. The grind makes it worth it. Yeah. I mean, I grew this corn. I grew this shit. So, from the fucking earth to tortillas and pozole. We're going to make some queso fundido. It's going to be pretty good. Around this time last year, I made pozole verde with some tomatillos I grew. So we're taking it up a notch. The second grind is way longer than the first one, but I think it's needed. I think you need a second one. Otherwise, it doesn't get the right texture. Like you need it to be able to ball it up. But if you just go with the first one, it like crumbles. It doesn't like come. You know, you can't squeeze it and get it to that consistency. It's like a little bit stuck in the bottom of this thing. I don't know how to get this last bit. I actually want to go through. Just get in there. Chopstick. There we go. Now it's auguring in. I think that's about through with its amount. All right. And some of this is going to go in the pozole. Some of this is going to become tortillas. We're going to use all of it though, if we can help it. So I like the kind of like burnished blue, kind of like gray blue, purple. It's very cool. It's a cool color. Here, let's make a tortilla. I wanna make one. Just to test out the grind and make sure everything's like, doing what it should be doing, or it looks like what it is. Because there's a lot of things that are looking right. You know what I mean? Like this masa is really behaving how it should, and like, I can take this and ball it up. Sorry. And then you should be able to press it, right? And you don't get a lot of cracks around the edges. It's a little bit over here, but I don't know. It's very pliable in a good way. I'm going to go for another deal of rum and some of our homemade grape gingerbug soda. I got a friend who does stuff with wine grapes. So I got some wine grape juice. And I used it with my gingerbug to make a soda. And it tastes like that Martinelli's apple cider, but the grape one. But better. But better. All right. Yeah. Let's grab our tortilla press. And I know we have to get a little baggy. There's our press. You gotta use part of a produce bag. That's how you have to do it. There's one part. Okay, cool. All right. Let's heat our. This is the guy we were using to toast our peppers. And we'll just get it to a nice, good heat. And I'll grab a good handful. Something like this. This should be a pretty good sized tortilla. Almost seems like a little too dry. Maybe a tad. Because it's coarse. Or it's just. I don't know. I might mix a little bit more water into the rest of this. Look at this. It's a tortilla. Ta-da. Beautiful. We picked up these seeds in like March. I remember thinking about a homegrown tortilla like 7 months ago. Oh. Producer likes to take pictures for the Instagram.
What did you try? Sorry, I missed it. Thumbs up.
Cool. Let me check in on our pozole. Let me see if it gets better characteristics if I add just a little bit of water. Like really none at all, but just enough to maybe work a little more water into it. We're trying to learn. Because I see a little bit of cracking around the edges. See, it accepted the water, I think. It's making it more like pliable, right? I'm not seeing any edges, right? It's looking pretty good. So maybe it did need a little bit of water. See, this is why we're doing a little test tortilla, right? And trying things out. Because I don't want to grind everything and find out everything's all screwed up, right? We can try things out. This is when it would puff, when you flip it over. I don't think we're going to get a puff on this one, though. This one's looking a little dry. We've got the little cracked edges. But no. All right, we want to make sure we save enough of this. Well, so that way there's enough of it. So I don't know how many cups we need. Whatever, we'll figure it out. It does feel like it wants to puff, or it's cupping. I don't know. Oh shit, that wants to fucking fly off. Goddamn thing. Fucking stupid. Yeah, it's cupping. Wait, I think so. Yeah, it is cupping. So it's not making any contact except with the edges on this side. Trial tortilla. Maybe we're gonna make the rest of the trial tortillas a little smaller. They can be small if they're gonna be bad. Oh, whoa. Again with this fucking dismantling. This always comes off. All this stuff. Damn. And this guy. Maybe we shouldn't leave this on here forever. Just kind of. That's fine. That's Leyden frost. It's all good. I'm going to take this plate. We're going to do the tortillas on this plate with the. Sorry. I had a chair over here like I was going to sit down and fuck off. But that does not seem to be the course of events. Alright. Let's grab little. Let's grab like a tea towel of some kind. Oh, and the camera's gone. Producer, if you would. Thank you. And we're back. Warts and all. I think that's a quote from Winston Churchill. Warts and all. Well, just like, would you like me if I was then blah blah? Would you want the true me, warts and all, or whatever? Yeah. This one's a little uppity. Yeah. Yeah, boilers are little witches. And they speak in Latin. Yeah. Like chocolates. I'm gonna try to pack it really loose and see if it will just feed itself. Because what happens is you squish it and then it becomes a solid mass. You know what I mean? So maybe we can keep it this loose mass, and it will like go into the auger. Oh, meow, 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 meow. Fine then. Enemy of the people demands that I hydrate. Good for you, bro. Been cooking a long time? Yeah. Yeah, I've been cooking for a little while. I don't know. We've been doing this stream almost every week for a little over a year now. And so it is one of those things where I think this helps me kind of formalize a lot of cooking projects that I have in mind. And I also do a lot of gardening and stuff, and so this is just one of those. It's kind of all feeds into itself and becomes one cool thing. So yeah, I really like cooking and inventing, being creative in the kitchen. Something I really enjoy. So, yeah. And I like learning new stuff too. So this is always like, I'm always trying to do new stuff. Like, this is the first time I've ever used this grinder, but I got it like several weeks ago, anticipating that I would be making my own tortillas at some point. Let's try with just the chopstick. See if the chopstick's better. Seems like it's like breaking things apart as opposed to mashing them into one thing. Just need to make this auger like work for me instead of I work for the auger. Picking up a little bit. Okay. Yeah, and I want to make like YouTube videos. We're working on something right now that is, should be cool. Um, so I don't know if you watch a lot of cooking stuff on YouTube, but I'd like to be, I don't know, maybe somewhere between Tasting History with Max Miller and Future Canoe, where there's like a bit of, you know, unbridled critique mixed with like a deep dive, like what's the history of this thing, maybe, or something like that. I don't know. I don't even know. I like a lot of food content on YouTube. That's cool. You got all your stuff like a professional, yeah? Like a YouTube setup? The cooking and the history part, interesting. Yeah, I'm into that kind of content too. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to give away the video, but because we are doing a lot of work, and so it's happening. But it's one of those where it's like somewhere between like a video essay and like a cooking video. I don't know. There's a lot of things out there that are kind of in the food space that are like meme questions or meme arguments. And meme food is a big thing, especially with like Instagram. And so I kind of want to like, the thing with like meme food is it's always like really binary, or it's just like the fights are like really like surface level. So it's like, is a hot dog a sandwich? And then the arguments are yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. but no one ever does anything. No one ever gets past that like kind of level one of like, is a hot dog a sandwich? And then like, because like if you wanted to like do something interesting with that, is a hot dog a sandwich? It's like, well, let's try to make a hot dog like a sandwich, and then you like talk about like choripan or whatever, like in South America they have hot dog sandwiches with like chimichurri on them, and they taste awesome and they're really good. No one's ever talking about choripan. They're just talking about a hot dog, right? And so it never goes anywhere, and nobody ever really expands their horizons. All the meme arguments and all the meme foods are there to just exist and like siphon people's attention and energy, and not really get them to even like make anything. I don't know. So stuff like that. There's a lot of like meme things that I wish we could take to a higher level of interesting. And instead, we just kind of stay in that yes no back and forth. So. Choripan, that's some fire stuff. Like, you'd be dispelling the meme arguments. You got a niche and you can market it that way on TikTok or something. Yeah. Well, and like I've made stuff on here before that hasn't worked out. And sometimes I'd like see something like I made those areas, and I must have done something wrong, or I don't know what I was. Maybe it's best done in a pan. But like areas are supposed to be like you take pita and then you cut it in half and you put meat. You basically put kofta inside of your pita, and then you like cook the pita. But the problem is like I was doing it on my smoker out back, and like it gets too wet. Like the pita gets really wet from all the juices from the meat, and then it just like comes apart, and it just sucked. It was so bad. It didn't work at all, and it was just like it feels like meme food. But the food looks really good on Instagram, right? How the hell are you supposed to know it's good? I don't know. Well, you try it out and it sucks, and you go, well, it looks good, but I don't know. Right? I can't taste anything that's coming out of my phone. So you're in like a good situation to be hoodwinked. Unless you watch someone literally make all of it and then like I don't know. You know what I mean? I think I'm getting nowhere with this. I think this is going so slow. We're just gonna mash it in there. Ah, shit. No! Alright. Let's see. Is this any better? Does it taste good? Try. I think it tastes like popcorn.
So there's a lye that sits off of it.
I washed it off. Yeah, it's a tortilla. Yeah.
Usually when you get to like the burnt.
Yeah, when you get to the burnt end.
The brown edges.
Yeah. It's popcorny.
Oh, not bad. So you just wash it off of it and then it's like good?
Yeah. It's like Dutch cocoa, right? They treat it with alkaline, and it changes the stuff.
I know it kind of scares me a little bit. But I know it's fine.
I did heat it up in the one where I did all the peppers. So if you get a little bit of like tingly spicy, it's like because it was a pepper.
I didn't get any of that.
Okay, okay,
Why did you?
a little bit, but it's fine. Oh, hey. Cool. Thanks for the follow. Sorry. Trying to figure out how to work this corn. Thank you for the follow. Wow, I feel like we like doubled up on our masa. Jeez. That is a big pile at this point. Maybe I'll do more. I think I might end up doing more. This is a pretty big deal. Cool. Hell yeah. See you around, man. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. We do new stuff every week, and it's like we take recommendations, and I've got a lot of people who watch from abroad, and we try and make some crazy stuff. So we made our own sambal. I've got a regular xia from Singapore, and we made nasi lemak, which is the national dish of Malaysia, and I've made like an Ecuadorian fish soup with like banana chips that you crush over the top of it, and like we make some pretty crazy stuff on here, and we try to make real food, and we try to make new food, and that's what we go for. So, thanks for stopping by. Ecuadorian food is real fire. Man, you got stuff from all over the world. Yeah. Always taking suggestions. We made empanadas chilenas. So I spent some time in South America in 2022 with my producer. We went down there, and I got in touch with one of my friends from Chile, and he started following and suggesting some things. So we made Chilean empanadas and stuff, and yeah, there's a bunch of good stuff. Check out the Instagram. Instagram is the same at Life of a Dyspeptic. If you want to look through some of the catalog of things we've made, uh, we make a lot of good stuff. So stay tuned. There's always something new on the horizon. think I want to save most of these for the pozole. But this is as much moss as we've got. That's probably like a good, you know, most of a dozen tortillas. So we can try some things out. And once I pull these bones out and shred this stuff up and add the hominy, the nixtamal, then we've got about an hour before that's done. And that means we can use that hour to make our queso fundido and all that good stuff. So. This is smelling really good. And I was going to use some of these poblanos I picked for the queso fundido. Maybe a couple of these jalapenos. The serrano that doesn't have a stem. You know, a lot of good stuff going on. This is almost certainly well hydrated. So these peppers are smelling good, ready to go. Sorry, I don't normally take this many breaks, but I am pretty beat. So I think I might take another 10 minutes here and just chill out a little bit. Thank you for your understanding. I'll be back in, short order. All right. Thank you. Go. I cast down the cord. Okay. I don't know why it decides to fail right now. As opposed to all the other times when I'm in here doing stuff. Whatever. We'll get the hookups and we'll get it like more permanent. I swear. Okay, well all the meat's coming apart now. That's good. I was gonna go for like another 20 minutes or so. Maybe half hour. Whoop. I think I'm gonna have a Coca-Cola Zero because I have 0 fucks to give. What? What the hell? Sorry, I'm really tired. I think I am gonna take a seat because it doesn't make sense to make the queso fundido over an hour before the pozole is done, or to make all the tortillas over an hour before the pozole is done. So I'm just gonna chillax here. Pretty chill stream. My lats are like really like. Oh. Let me turn this off. So I was looking up some other stuff for how to make the tortillas just earlier. And I guess there's a bunch of people who use this, and there's a bunch of people who use just a food processor. And I'm kind of debating about ever using this again and just using a food processor. I don't know. It's kind of annoying. I could have just used that the whole time. But what are you going to do? I don't know. Sorry if this is not the most exciting. I could be trying to juggle a third thing right now, but I'm not sure that's like making a dessert. I could be using the oven to make a dessert right now. I don't know, man. Been working really hard with all the garden stuff. And I'm trying to get like, because I was fermenting some things, some ciders. I'm trying to get that whole refrigeration system set up. It is a lot of stuff. So we're working on it. I hope this enchilada sauce miso does well. I think it will. Well, it tastes good. Yeah, tasting good is better than sounding good. I don't know. We came up with a name for that jelly melon drink that I made a couple weeks ago. My friends tried it and they really liked it. But it comes out like really green because this is the jelly melon and the pandan rum. And I think the name of the drink is Shrek Dick. So I didn't get to choose the name exactly, but that's what the name is. The name of the drink is Shrek Dick. And it's actually a really good drink. Everybody's like, that was the top 3 drinks I've ever had in my entire life. I love Shrek Dick. So funny. So I saw another fucking fruit that I wanted to grow, but it's a zone 10 fruit and it's a tree. Sappho. I really wish I could grow sappho, but I can't. It's like it looks like a Japanese eggplant, but not like when it gets super long, but like when it's kind of like this big. But you pour like hot water over it, and then it turns into like an avocado. But instead of being like it, like you cut it open and there's like a pit and there's like green flesh, that's like tastes, fatty. But instead of tasting like an avocado, it tastes like guacamole. Like it tastes like an avocado, but sourer and savorier and saltier and spicy, like black pepper. Like Sappho apparently just tastes like guacamole as a fruit. I really wish I could grow it. I need a greenhouse that could support a tree, like a real tree. not fair, man. I want to grow sappho. Well, we've got some passion fruit outside. I gotta bring the passion fruit plants inside because it is quickly approaching the time when it will frost during the night, and those plants will not be able to survive outside. So I need to do some pruning tomorrow. We'll pick whatever passion fruit are on there. I think there's like 4 of them. They didn't change color, and they're supposed to change color. It's a Frederick passion fruit. So it's supposed to turn like purple. They didn't exactly turn purple. Some of them have turned purple, which is better than last year. So I don't know. We're learning about plants and bees and other plants and Sappho. But yeah, tomorrow should be good. I've got a bunch of sunflowers in there, and I was gonna try to harvest them for sunflower seeds, and use them for snacks. Everybody likes a sunflower seed. And I got the amaranth and all the chilies are strung up. We've probably got like 20 this long strands of peppers. I've been studying up on controls engineering for some of the gadgets I want to build, the food gadgets. And I'm trying to like parse some of these like it's differential equations, but it's like a differential equations where like we don't care about any of the math because it's like super applications focused. And most of differential equations have to do with the fact that like things are constantly moving in time, but because you're drawing data in real time, you can like really simplify the shit out of a bunch of the equations. And so it's like it is hard math, but it's also like not hard math because we can simplify everything. And so, I don't know. Trying to learn how to use that. I want to get a little doohickey on my smoker, right? Because the outlet flow dictates the temperature. And so I want to make my own PID controller, which stands for I'm always bad with the. It's like proportional, integral, differential. And so those are like different calculus things. and one is just the difference. But you basically like tune this controller, and then you can get it to like do stuff for you. And so I've been looking up stuff for how those controllers work. Because if I could get a little doohickey that's hooked up to a temperature sensor, and it like opens and closes to try to set the temperature correctly, then I could just have an auto temp basically on my smoker. Which like that smoker out there, the first time I made brisket on it, I needed to sit there and like fiddle with it every 15 minutes for like 15 hours. Like I like fell asleep out there sitting in a chair like blah, 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 like trying to do stuff with that brisket. And so if I could have in like an auto temp guy, and you could just pack a shitload of burnable stuff and then have it auto temp the shit out of it, I bet you could like get a full night's sleep and not need to fiddle with your smoker. That sounds like awesome. And then you wake up in the morning to brisket. Doesn't that sound cool? Maybe it sounds a bit like, whoa, that's like really idealized or whatever. Like this is some weird niche case, but it's just like everybody who's ever made brisket has had to stay up all night to make the brisket. Imagine sleeping and waking up like everyone else to the brisket. I don't know. Thinking about it. Trying to do some research. Trying to get a motherfucking scholarship. Smells good? Cool. Producer approves this message. And the message is, smells good. Hell yeah. I was going to pull the bones off here pretty soon. Separate out all the other stuff. Oh, man. I don't know. All this stuff depends on like coding though. I'm so bad at coding. I'm not good at it. I ain't no coder. So just chillaxing. Trying to think of interesting food things I've been thinking of and trying to work out. Negative?
That work friend was mentioning that carrot cake too.
Yeah. Did they like the carrot cake? Okay. Even though it had like no frosting on it?
Sorry. Indulging no frosting needed.
You should have put more frosting on it. Because that's the... Well, it's fine. They won't ask for the carrot cake again. Because now it has less frosting. Oh.
Well, he was saying it was really good, and he was
Okay.
telling my boss about it.
Okay, cool. Well, hell yeah. Awesome. The carrot cake we made part of but didn't assemble was very good. So good, in fact, that we made it another time up for, upon request. So, we make good shit around here. Hell yeah. We shouldn't. I'm already like, what's the next dessert? God, I'm so fucked up. Sometimes it's just like, that cake tasted really good in a way where it's like, man, I should like incorporate this into my repertoire. And as soon as I get like good praise for a thing, I go, that's great. Anyways, what do I do now? What's the next thing? It's like, can't you just enjoy the fact that like you made a good cake that people enjoy? Yeah. But what about the next thing? And you're like,
The tart with the acid-adjusted fruit.
yeah, you want to do a tart with acid adjusted fruit? That's a good idea.
A strawberry.
You want to do strawberry?
Strawberry tart.
You want to do like a strawberry like key lime? Or strawberry lemon?
Well, I mean, you wouldn't have to do key lime because you just like. Oh,
Well,
but
you
like
can acid
strawberry.
adjust to either lemon or key lime.
Oh, key lime.
You would adjust to key lime? Okay. This is a thing we want to do where you can use acid adjust. I kind of want to get butyric acid. Because you acid adjust the lem or the citric acid and the malic acid, but there's also butyric acid and succinic acid. And I kind of want to get those because it helps the profile. But anyways, you can take any fruit and you can adjust the acid profile to that of lemon or lime. Or even key lime, if you wish. And so we want to take fruit and turn it into other fruit acid profile and then make different kinds of desserts out of it. So you can make a key lime pie out of a blueberry or whatever. I think the thing that would be opportune, that would be coming up, if we wanted to do this, would be persimmon. You know what I mean? We are in the dead of night in terms of strawberries. There ain't no strawberry to be seen.
I can't imagine like juicing a persimmon. I don't know why. Just like, you know what I
You
mean?
just blend it in the food processor and strain it through a thing and freaking
Yeah.
scrape it.
I always eat it with vinegar, so maybe
Yeah.
add a different like.
Maybe we should just pickle it and that will adjust the acid profile.
Pickle. What do you mean by pickle?
Yeah. Right. I don't know. There's a lot of really fun ideas. I've got an idea for a video or part of a video, and I'm willing to spoil it right here, right now. Oh, I want to do a YouTube video about like what you do with extra stuff. Because there's lots of times where like you're asked to make something via recipe, and then you get this like byproduct where you're like, what the fuck do I do with this stuff? And lots of people just like pour it away or they like throw it away, and you're like, why are you throw that away? That's perfectly good. You know, this thing. This is basically like this kind of thing, which you could use to make a frosting, or you could use to make a biscuit, or you could, or whatever. You know what I mean? And I like to do lacto fermented hot sauce, and you know we got all these peppers, so you end up tossing a bunch of peppers into a 5-gallon bucket with some salty water, right? And yeah, like what do you do with all that brine once it becomes like hot sauce, and you pull all the solids out, and then you pull out some of the brine to make your hot. You're left with a lot of brine, like the salty, kind of sour. And it's so I want to try to make a hot sauce pastrami. I want to make a hot sauce brine pastrami. I bet that would be really good. Very good, in fact. I don't know. It's an idea. Okay. It is after 10:30. I'm looking at these bones. I'm licking at these bones. I think everything's like pretty well like coming off the bone. So let's just get that going. There we go. Ba-ba. In. There we go. Duh. That's what we want to see. Trois. There's one more fucking bone in here. Could be like the bone detective. There it is. We found it. Damn. Okay. So there's no more bone. So let's try to remove some of these leaves. You know what? I'm gonna grab a little bowl for our aromatics as well. Because I think we're intending to take some of these onion pieces out and blend them with our peppers. That's at least how they do it in the video. There we go. There's one of, I think, 3 or 4. Sorry if this is pretty low energy. My apologies. I know the food will taste wonderful. So I can at least promise you on that. Sorry it's not so much screaming. It's just... I'm tired, man. I'm very tired. Yeah.
Chicken onion.
I mean, I don't even know why we're like exactly like blending all the onion pieces. Or like shredding the meat. Exactly. Because as long as we pull out the bay leaves, I think this is like pretty decently fine. Like, I mean, we should probably shred the meat in the pot. But I don't understand why we need to blend an onion.
Yeah.
Like, what's wrong with having a piece of onion as opposed to like a vague notion of onion throughout the throughout the thing? Like, I don't know. It's funny, I want to just like add all the onion back in. I don't give a shit. I kind of want to just find the bay leaves, but like not even for any reason. I don't know. It's just like fucking ha cha 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 ha cha 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 cha. You find a bay leaf, beware. You've been warned. I don't want to do it. You do it. Oh, there's one. Okay, that's 2 of 3 or 4. Oh. 3 of 3 or 4? All right. Well, that's the rest of our hominy. Nixtimo. And it's going to sit in here and it's going to cook for an hour. Here. It's going to cook for an hour. And then the pozole will be done. In the meantime, we'll make the queso fundido and our tortillas we've been talking about. Sorry, give me a sec. I am impatient. Thank you for your patience. Let's see if we can solve some of these plates as an issue. Well, this is done. So we're done with that. All the corn's in the thing. So who gives a shit? Which doubles for this thing. Wait, no. It doesn't double, but that thing was already doubled. And we don't care about that part anymore. Okay, great. I'm gonna hope against hope and just grab the immersion blender and try to blend something that is really easily blendable. I feel like it should be able to blend something that is gonna provide almost no resistance. But I don't know. We'll see. Queso fundido. Super difficult. And we just grab a deal of chorizo, and then we add some aromatics, and then cheese, and in the oven. Meal. I'll just use the same one where we toasted the peppers, because I kind of feel like we should use the other one for the rest of the tortillas. Because the tortilla should not necessarily be spicy, whereas queso fundido probably should be. Cool. God damn it. My headphones. Mi audiofones. Grab one of these small onions. We'll just set the masa over here. Well, shoot. God damn. Gets away from you. attacking me.
I tried that dice method.
Yeah,
After you told me about it, it does. I like that better.
yeah.
Having to be
Just
like,
the straight down. You don't have to like.
cause I think I saw that video of
The
that chef
Kenji.
talking about. No, it's a different guy.
Oh, okay.
Cause he was like, I don't understand why you teach. Cause as a chef, you teach yourself. You know, you don't cut towards yourself. So why would you
Yeah.
like do that?
Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah. I always thought there had to be another way.
Well, turns out there is. Grab our stemless serrano. And there goes the camera. Alright. And we're back. Okay. god, dude. Jesus Christ. Keep everything in the pan. That's a good one. We're just going to use mozzarella for the queso fundido. It is not necessarily autentico, but it is also way cheaper, and they are both very similar styles of cheese. They're not from the same place. They are the same idea, for sure. Fundido. And then I'm going to start making up some of these tortillas again. think I should add a little more water again. It's probably a good idea. Not trying to have everything be dried out. Go ahead and have the water. See what it looks like after we knead it back in. Right, so we don't have any cracks along the edge. Right. I'm not seeing any cracks. Maybe there's a little one right there. Add just a skosh. But barely any. A skosh. Un skoshi. Skoshi. Japanese. For a little bit.
Before that, what did you think it was?
I thought it was like frat bro, like college boy speak. Skosh.
Yeah.
A skosh. Give me a skosh.
I was like, it has between that or maybe like a Jewish, like.
Yeah, oh, like a Yiddish kind of thing?
Yeah. Scoosh.
Okay. Interesting.
Does it kind of make sense? Cause like.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I'm schwitzing. A skosh. Give me a skosh. I kibitz on the back of that fucking yeah, all that stuff. No, you're not wrong. Skosh sounds like it could fit into that kind of sound font, I guess. Yeah, skosh doesn't sound like Japanese, but skoshi sounds a bit more Japanese for sure. Un segundo. Gracias para tu paciencia. Yo, hey, what's up? We're making pozole, which is a soup. It's a Mexican soup. And I grew some of the corn, or all the corn that's in this soup. It's a variety of corn called dent corn, which is not very tasty because it's really hard. And so I cooked it yesterday in an alkaline solution to make it more bioavailable and more enjoyable. And now we're making tortillas out of it, and we're putting it in this pozole. And that's what's going on right now. So this is beef and a bunch of peppers and stuff. And then we've got queso fundido. Which is going to go in the oven as soon as we have the temperature. And then I've been grinding up a bunch of this nixtamalized, right? So that's what that's called. When you treat the corn with the alkaline solution, it's called nixtamalization, which comes from Mesoamerica. So the Aztecs before any sort of Western Europeans came. Yeah, so we're doing that. And then we're going to have this like cheese pull thing. But we got to make some of our tortillas first. So, homegrown tortillas. And a lot of homegrown stuff in our foodstuffs. So, yeah, should be good. Interesting and tasty. Hopefully. And I'm just trying to make sure there's enough cheese on this thing for right now. So that way when it goes in the oven, it'll make everything very nice and cheesy. Okay, I think at this point, that's enough cheese, for sure. If it's not enough, I'm an idiot. Which is possible. This could be true. How are you doing? It seems you have shifted today. and are no longer working nights as a paramedic. At least for the time being. It will be very good. Hey, you've been working a lot. So my last internship, and I have graduated paramedic school. Wonderful. Awesome. Congrats. Very nice. Oh, that's hot. Great. Perfect timing. All right, so we're gonna make tortillas for our queso fundido. We got our pozole going over here. Oh, hey. What cheese did you use for the queso fundido? I just used some mozzarella cheese. Queso Oaxaca is a string cheese, and mozzarella is also a variety of string cheese. It would be more muy auténtico to use queso Oaxaca, pero uh, no tengo el dinero para la queso. I don't know. What do you do for the tortillas? They look really good. I grew these. I grew the corn. I grew the corn. And yesterday we stripped them from the cobs and we nixtamalized them. Yeah, I understand that dinero part. I don't have the money for it. So we grew the corn and we shucked them, producer and me, and then I cooked them in a caustic solution. Right? Wicked. How long did it take to grow? We planted these in May, and I've got a whole another. I got more. There's more corn, right? Right, you can see. So we've got a lot of corn that we grew. Oh, whoa! Look, there's corn, right? We grew it. Sorry, producer didn't change the fade effect. Um, yeah, so we grew this, and then you cook it in, yeah, thank you. It's dent corn, right? So as opposed to sweet corn, which is what you normally find. Um, like corn on the cob is sweet corn. Dent corn is used for a lot of other sorts of applications. Uh, Tortillas and pozole or hominy, right? Being a couple of those. So basically, we took the corn, we took all the kernels off the cobs, and then we cooked them in a basic solution. So like basic acidic, right? And that makes like more of the nutrients bioavailable, and it also like makes it a lot less hard. Dent corn is very hard, and then it gets turned into this like hominy. I could have showed you it. You showed up earlier, but now all the rest of it's in there. So all the corn in there is hominy. If you're familiar with hominy, right? It's like this kind of elongated, bloated looking corn kernel thing. And it's because it's been cooked in this caustic solution. So we cooked it in that, we rinsed it off, and then I ground some of it up for these tortillas, and then the rest went in there. Yeah. So trying to figure out how to do stuff from scratch, like growing it yourself. That's kind of where we're at with some of it. So it's hard to see because it's dark outside, but we got those lights. So right back there, I've got an offset smoker, and then behind that is a big ass garden, and I grow a ton of stuff. We're up in the Pacific Northwest, so it's not the longest growing season, but it's also not the shortest growing season. And I mean, we grow a ton of stuff. Like I've got, like you can see here, these are all peppers I've grown. So we've got, these are Scotch bonnets, jalapeno, serrano. These are Vietnamese devil pepper, buena bolata, or sorry, my apologies, Bolivian rainbow, basia. or poblano, right? We've got a lot of stuff. So there's a decent growing, ability. Great selection of chilies. Thank you. Chili peppers. I mean, you haven't even seen the half of it. So we spent some, me and producer, who is the off-camera talent. We spent some time in 2022 in South America, Chile, Peru, and Colombia mostly, and yeah, so they have a bunch of pepper culture down in Peru because of the Incan Empire, and they call them ají instead of chili down there. And so I am growing several varieties of Peruvian peppers as well, ají amarillo and ají limo. And yeah, yeah, we got a bunch of stuff back there, and then I'm drying out some peppers in my garage, and I got a bunch of stuff going on. So, did you use any in the pozole? So for the pozole, I actually used most of it was dried peppers. I did add some basic to the aromatics, but it was mostly dried peppers that I had purchased. Guajillos and pasillas, those sorts of things. But I did use something to kind of kickstart it instead of using bouillon or anything like that. I made a miso. I'm not sure if you're familiar with miso. I made a miso of peppers. So this is like an enchilada miso. It's very irregular, non-traditional. Yeah. So basically, here, I'll give you the quick rundown. When they domesticated rice, they domesticated the yeast that exists on the rice, right? Like when you make sourdough, it's the yeast that's just latent in the flour that cultures and becomes the thing, right? So there's always yeast on the stuff, right? Thank you for the follow. Awesome. Great. And so yeah, we met the goal. 80 of 80. Wonderful. Thank you. And so right, so they selectively bred this yeast for the rice, and it overproduces enzymes. That's what they selectively bred it for. Overproduces enzymes that breaks down carbs into sugars and proteins into amino acids. So it makes things way tastier, right? And you can use it to like get a lot of awesome umami flavor out of things. And so basically you can mix it with stuff and make it like uber umami-y. So I took all the extra peppers that I had about 6 months ago out of my pantry, and I rehydrated all of them. I toasted them off, and then I put them with boiling water. And then I broiled about 5 bell peppers. And then I blended all of that down, and I mixed it with the inoculated rice. And I made this miso of peppers. It's a pepper miso. And it tastes like super duper awesome enchilada sauce. And so I put some of that in here. Yeah, it took about 6 months to make, but it's really cool. No, and I've got a couple other misos too. I made another miso that was miso using like hazelnut meal. Oh, shoot. Apologies. Okay, come on. All right. So I made here. Probably best come out the back. Okay. So I made a miso using hazelnut meal. So it's like a hazelnut miso. And then I've been canning a lot of tomatoes. And so you use a food mill, right? You need the tomato skins off, right? Because when you can tomatoes, right, if you were to keep the skins become bitter, and so you typically don't want to keep those. But you know, why would you want to compost all of them, right? That seems like a waste, right? And some people take it and they dry it out and they make like tomato powder out of it. They blend it, they dry it, and they blend it. And it's like kind of like a tomato paste substitute, I think. But what I did is I took all those tomato skins and I blended them up, and I made a miso out of it. And this is a miso that I added basil to, and it tastes really good actually. And there's no bitterness that would be associated with like long-term storage of the skins. It's like all ameliorated by the koji. I don't know. It's fun. Sorry. Yeah. I like making misos and stuff. So those are the kind of things we do here. We do a lot of science-y sort of things. I'll grow corn and I'll treat it with a caustic solution and make tortillas out of it, and I'll make koji, and I'll make all this stuff. What would it be used for? The hazelnut miso. So I've used the hazelnut miso to make, there's a, here's an example. And I know there's a YouTube video that goes along with it. I know for sure there's a YouTube video. So, sorry. I gotta find the book. All right, here we are. So this is Dessert Person. It is Claire Sappitz's book. She did like Bon Appetit stuff. She's like a baker lady from YouTube stuff, and she has a recipe for miso buttermilk biscuits. Where the fuck is that? But I basically subbed out whatever miso buttermilk biscuit, $2.71. I basically subbed out the regular miso for my hazelnut miso, and it made a really amazing biscuit. Like super good. Yeah, miso buttermilk biscuit. You know, half a cup of sweet white miso. And instead I subbed it out for the hazelnut miso. And then the buttermilk, flour, baking powder, you know. And then you make your own, you know, biscuits. But with miso. And your own miso, right? So. That's the kind of thing. I mean, I've done some other stuff too. I've got a friend, who he's got a wife who's she went through like she had a car accident when she was in middle school, and it like she had a concussion that activated a bunch of autoimmune stuff, so she became allergic to a bunch of foods, and she became allergic to like wheat and soy, right? So soy sauce is cracked wheat and soy and like koji stuff and water, right? But if you made a miso with soy, you would press it down with weights and you'd pull the liquid off periodically, and that liquid you pull off is called tamari, and they call it a gluten-free soy sauce. because it is the runoff from a thing that doesn't involve wheat, right? But if you had someone who was allergic also to soy, you would need to make a miso of something that wasn't soy and then pull the tamari off of that, right? For that person to be able to use that. So I made a miso of sweet corn a couple years ago. And I saved all of the tamari and I gave it to her so she could have a soy sauce that she could actually use that she wouldn't be allergic to. Um, yeah. So you can do a lot of like really interesting, cool stuff, and actually like solve a problem. You know, I don't know. There's a lot of fun, cool stuff to do. And we try to make yeah. That was a good Christmas present. And we try to do a lot of new stuff. I'm always trying to do like new to me, you know, different real food though. So we've made like Ecuadorian food. I've made some Malaysian food. We made our own sambal. We do a lot of stuff. So every Thursday around 6:30 till about, after midnight. That's kind of how we roll. But that's our deal. That's looking really good. It's looking almost done. Um, but yeah, making miso. I got some cider that's going in the garage right now. And yeah, just making stuff. Making a lot of stuff. I fermented my own mustard. I got my own mustard in here that I fermented. This is my own mustard I fermented. And we do sourdough. I've been doing a bunch of sourdough pizza crust. And I actually have a pizza video coming up that we're working on for my YouTube channel. We don't really have a lot of videos out, but we're trying to get it going. I don't know. So yeah, thank you for taking a look at what we're doing. It's harvest time, so it's a lot of figuring out how to use whatever we've got. Um, so yeah, it's fun. Sourdough is intimidating. Want to start soon, but sticking to baking for now. What type of ciders are you making? Only ever tried apple. I have an apple and then I have an apple pear. So I had a bunch of fruit that was available, and I tried to press as much of it as I could. And there was enough to do some pear slash apple, and then the rest is like another apple. So I tried to take most of the neutral, kind of non-tasty apples and pair them up with the pear. And then the real, like, kind of malic sour or really, excessively appley apples became their own cider, to try to, like, kind of differentiate them. But we'll see. I've been like cold crashing them, and then I'm trying to get my tap setup going. So they're refrigerated, but they're not like I can't really tap them. I'm sure they'll be, probably fine. All right. I think I'm gonna call it on this one. And yeah, the mix of apples, they're like it's just I'm pretty sure it's like a pretty broad mix. The trees were pretty different when we picked them, so we'll see. All right, so we got some tortillas. Want to make sure we don't burn our queso fundido. Let me grab. Hell yeah! Look at that. Awesome. Yeah, yeah. I think it looks pretty good. Okay, I was gonna grab some cilantro here. And then we should grab a little bit of lime. Lime would be a good one. ladle. Get some scoop. Scoop of some soup. Their homegrown hominy. And then spoon. I think a fork might end up being helpful. Here.
That's probably really hot.
It is probably really hot. I do not disagree with you. Sorry. I'm dumb with my headphones. Just get them out of the way. Alright. I'm going to toss this one in the bottom of the pile. And let's see. I think maybe this is less hot. Yeah? Somewhat less hot.
It's a draw.
It's a draw. We say it's a draw. Hell yeah. This is what queso fundido is about.
Can you hold up like the tortilla?
All right. Awesome. Thank you. Queso fundido. I'm going to set this down. Sorry, it's hot. All of it's hot. It's because it's the cold time of year. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, this is awesome. Man. Well, I think that suffices a good autumn meal. Sorry tonight's stream was a little low energy. I've been working real hard. And, hey man, the food still tastes real good. I dig it. It's a good time. So, hope you found what you're looking for. Have a good time. See you later.